Well, howdy, folks. Welcome to my stream. I am JojoBite, and I've been building this Dash wallet, this cryptocurrency wallet for the cryptocurrency Dash with the Dash Incubator. So, this is what I've been working on for a little while now, and we're coming up to getting pretty close to the stage 1. And it's coming along. So this is the Figma design we're basing it off of. And I've been starting recapping. So let me see if I can recap here. We've got all of this interface built. So generate new wallet and add an existing wallet. This is all built. We've got a password thing with the little hide and show. For the password, we've got, let's go ahead and click through this. And we've got most of these visible elements built. One we don't have built is this one to edit or delete a contact, so we need to build that. And we don't have this drop-down selector for fiat, and we also don't have this drop-down selector to select one of your contacts. What we do have, if I go over here to the actual built version, so this is what we've got built so far. Let me go ahead. I'm not going to generate a new one because I have lots and lots of recovery phrases because I generate new wallets so often for this testing. So while I can, I try to avoid generating new ones. And let's enter a encryption phrase. I'm going to save that. Oh, and we're forgetting. Let's open up the dev tools here. I'm going to resize and reposition this. And let's see. Go into application here. And this is where a lot of the magic happens now, is in the IndexedDB. And a couple things get saved in local storage, and then the encryption password gets saved in session storage. So we're going to go ahead and encrypt, and that gets us our wallet. Now, we have no contacts yet. We haven't added any. It generates 20 addresses. And this might be more in the future, but what essentially this does is it generates all these addresses and it checks them for balances. So this insight thing checks the balance. And if it got to, anywhere in that 20, it's going to go from the last one that generated balance and add another 20. So basically, we want to make sure that we've got empty addresses and can add up the entire balance. So that's what the addresses are doing. The wallets is actually built in a way that we can have multiple wallets, as in one recovery phrase is one wallet. And so this would be the root wallet to whatever the recovery phrase generates. And we store that with a little bit of info to make it easier to keep track and bounce between things. And last but not least, the aliases. And the aliases is what I've typed up here, this Jojo. We could also update it here. This is actually one of the things we got working on the last stream. So I can add a name there. And now our alias should have, oh, we got to refresh. Our alias should have info, name, JojoBite, preferred username, Jojo. And so it just updated a tiny bit of info there. And then wallets here. The idea behind this, and I've talked about this in several streams now, but essentially, instead of just having this alias be a one-to-one to wallets, you might want to be called the same username and generate a wallet on your desktop or laptop and then be out with friends, for example, and not have it on you. So on your phone, you generate a new wallet. And so you might end up having two recovery phrases, but in either case, you want your friends to refer to you as Jojo or Jojo, for me, example. So if I had both of those, I might have two wallets that are pointing to the same alias or preferred username as it's listed here, but preferred username is connected to these standard claims of OpenID Connect, and it is not, it's a standard, but it's not how we're referencing them in the app. In the app, we're letting you give your preferred username, but then when you pair with a contact, they might override that. For instance, if I make a new contact request with someone and they already know a Jojo, I might be Jojo1 or Jojo Byte. They might override that alias. And so that's why we're calling it an alias. And you'll still know what their preferred username is. And actually, that's one thing we need to fix in this stream is I think in one instance, when you're pairing a contact, we're actually overriding the preferred username instead of setting an alias. So we actually need to fix that. And let's see. So what we've been working on most recently is this new contact thing. And so all of this was so that you can actually pair with someone. So you can use the wallet and send money to and from someone else. And so we've got this set up so that it generates a QR code. And if I was pairing with someone else, like in the example, we've got Johnny Doe here and Marco Smith is the wallet holder. In our scenario, I might be pairing with Johnny Doe. And so I would show Johnny Doe this QR code and he would show me his QR code. And if I scanned his QR code, this information would get filled out. And if he scanned mine, it would also get filled out. Or we've also got, oh, hey, thanks for the follow. Noisy MySF, I don't know. Noisy Miss. Okay, so for testing purposes, I'm actually going to go ahead and copy this. This is actually something else we were working on the last stream, so this is part of the recap, is you can copy the URI, you can paste it here, and we've got something in there now that parses the address. So if it gets a link like this, let's see if that's, see. So it gets a link like this. Come on, let me highlight it. No luck? That's annoying. Well, this web plus dash, whatever, that is a dash address that will open in this wallet eventually. And we parse that and we're able to get this information out of there. So we get this scope thing, we get the preferred username Jojo, we get the sub, which is a unique ID for the wallet, and then the xpub is what we're actually pairing with. So we grab all of that from this URL, this parse address URL, and we're able to actually fill out this information. Although, that's not right. I added, okay, so we've got a bug here. There should have been a contact name because I did update the contact name. So it looks like we're missing updating it somewhere. Let's see. And even though I haven't added this contact yet, it's actually added a contact, and there's reasons for that. So if we come into here and refresh, we should have contact info in here. So we've got the wallet information, the address information, and there you go. So preferred username and name. So this is where I think the error is here, is if I change this, I want preferred username to stay. So if I change this like so, this will actually update. So it's actually changed to Mojo, which is not what we want. We want the preferred username to be the one they actually supply, and then just add an alias or something like that. It looks like something else may have also gone haywire here. Let me repaste the link here. Yeah, so we had something, the wallets disappeared when I edited the name, so that's something we need to look into. Let me go to the to-do list and add these as to-dos. So we've got QR, share, and scan. I think we can actually cross these off for now. We can add a contact, and we can't do this yet. This is the main thing I want to work on in this stream, is send and request funds to and from a contact. I want to get that working, so we have a functional wallet that you can send and request funds to and from other people. But I want to add to do here, so add contact, changing changing alias, and it might also happen on contact name change. Let me verify that. Let's see. Okay, I must not have a listener for the contact name, but I do on here. Okay, so changing alias field removes wallet. Okay. Let's see what happens when we click add. There's also that issue. There shouldn't be two of these, at least not yet that I'm aware of. Yeah, there's just one. So changing alias, let's see. Duplicate. Contact. And well, maybe not duplicate. Let's say finish pairing contact in contacts list after save. should just be named contact. All right, and let's see here. So I think if I refresh here, it should fix these contacts. Yeah, so the contacts are fixed. And then the other thing I want to check while I'm thinking about it is that is still set. And after this refresh, let's see if the QR code has the name this time. So if I copy this URI, that would have so just opening that again generated a new contact. If I paste it, yep. So it's got the name there this time. So for some reason, the QR code is not getting the most up-to-date information. So add a contact, QR, share QR code, getting up-to-date name. Okay. And it did the pair thing again, but let's refresh. All right. So we've got two contacts. Obviously, these are not good contacts because they're all going to the same exact wallet, which you probably shouldn't do. And I'm not going to worry about it too much right this second. We might want to prevent it altogether, but there could be a scenario, I suppose, where you might actually want to add your own information, like if you want to move funds to between the account indexes. And so the way this works right now is let's see, the HD key for Dash. Let's see if I can find it. That's it. Okay, so this HDX key path or HD key path, for example. So this is essentially what we're doing right now is, I think he has an example in here that shows which each one is. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, that's a decent example. So this is the default stuff for Dash. After that, you've got an account index, a use, and an address index. So when you have a recovery phrase, we generate the HD path of account index 0, and we're treating that as your main wallet. This use case is either receive or change, I think, are the two options. Maybe there's more, but those are the only ones I've seen so far. So you can receive funds to it, or you can have a change address, which I think might only happen from CoinJoin or private send. So I'm not sure if you can really get change addresses or if you should use them. It's I I actually don't know. I just haven't used them yet. So maybe we'll use them eventually. And then this last one is the address index. And that's the one that gets incremented the most and results in an address like this. So this address, you can be on the exact same account index and just increment this address index, and it will generate a different address like this every time. So the way we are treating contacts, though, is there's a double connection here that we do. You get the wallet that you, let's see, let's go back here. So in the QR code that we share here, let's copy this and I'll break this out while I'm showing this. So we basically have xpub name, preferred username, sub, scope. That's what we have right now. There will probably be some other fields added at some point, but this is what we got now. So oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Andrew F2. All right, so the xpub here is what we generate with, hey, how's it going, Andrew F2? So this xpub is correlated to the account index right here that we're showing here. So account index is roughly coordinated to the xpub, and essentially each contact will have two different xpubs or possibly xprivs. And so you have your xpub on your side of things. So when you make a contact, you generate an xpub and you share that with them. So that's what's going into the QR code. This all goes into the QR code. And so the xpub would be your new contact would send to this xpub, or they would use this xpub to generate this address here. And then they would send to an address. And the way this wallet will work once I get send working, which is the goal of this, is every time someone goes to send to you that you've made a contact with, they will increment this address index, which will change this address, and it helps preserve privacy. So every time they're sending to you, they're sending to a different address. And then they also provide you with an xpub. And that's the xpub you use in the same way to generate a new, you would link to it. So you're locked at whatever account index they send for you. You don't actually, I don't think you can find out what account index it is. I don't think you're supposed to. So you won't ever know from your side of things which account index you're at in their wallet. You just know you can generate a use and you might not even be able to generate a use. I'm not actually sure about that. I should verify that. But you can increment the address and you'll be able to send to different addresses for them. And so it kind of preserves privacy for both of you. And every time you're sending to a different address both ways. To answer your question, Andrew, I'm working on a wallet for the cryptocurrency called Dash, and it's under the Dash Incubator. And so this is what we are building right now is we've got contacts, and I'm going through and explaining. So when you open up a new contact, this QR code is actually this data. That's what's in the QR code. Something like this, but specific to your own wallet. and we're enabling pairing so that it preserves some privacy. Which normally when you are, more follows. Thanks for the follow. Curving Path and Dev of the Web stuff. It's much appreciated. So when you're, I lost my train of thought. Let's see. And another follow. This seems like too much. This seems like bot action here. Resounding Exuberaz, thanks for the follow. Assuming all of you are real, thank you. If you're just bots, okay. Thanks, I guess, bots. Let's see. Okay, so what we need to get done in this stream is get send in requests working. Right now, this does nothing. You can't select an alias. We need to get address working here where you should be able to send one-off payments. Oh, that's what I was going to say. In the normal Dash Core wallet and almost all the other Dash wallets, you send to a singular address. And sometimes they're one-offs, but technically you could send to the same address multiple times. If I could find it here. So you're normally sending to an address like that. Let me clear that so it's more obvious. Sending to an address like this. And if the person you're sending to gives you a different address, you could be sending to a different address every time, but it's more or less the same exact wallet. And so we're kind of automating some of this behind the scenes where you won't have to manually give someone a new address, a specific contact. They will be able to generate the new address to send to because they have this XPub. And so that's how we're setting it up so that then every single address they send to is unique each time they send. And so we still need to support that. If someone is using a normal Dash wallet and both parties aren't using this, you should still be able to send to a normal Dash address. So you should be able to, copy something like when you go to send, you should be able to paste in a Dash address and this should work. But it would likely go from your default wallet, the zero index account. Oh, nice. You like HTML, JavaScript, and CSS? I love it. It's been my go-to for a while now. All right, so we need to get this stuff working. That's the gist of it. We don't have the sender request working yet because a little bit more needed to go into it. That's right. I don't think this will work right now. I don't have a camera hooked up right now, so I'll have to get my camera reconnected. Oh, shoot. I also meant to print out a new QR code to test with, and I forgot to do that. Darn it. That's going to make it a little harder to test some of this. All right. So we've got a few bugs to fix. We've got new features to add for the send in request. And those are more or less the goals of this stream. I'm going to go ahead and get some music started here. And let's get into some code, shall we? Let's try and fix these bugs first. Not that one. These ones. So, share QR code not getting up-to-date name for profile. So, that I believe is in here. Add contact. So share URI, that's where this is happening. Share params, alias, wallets, info. Okay, that's why. Let's go into main here and find alias wallets. Okay, so alias wallets is returning that function. These other ones, they must be working correctly because, actually, I don't know. Let's verify that real quick. So this app state is actually a reactive kind of state object that I created in vanilla JavaScript. So it should be up to date regardless. So right now we've got Jojo as the alias. I'm gonna go ahead and start fresh here though. So I'm gonna just refreshed it here. And we're gonna go and change this. So Jojo byte. So we're gonna save that. And it updated that alias. It updated that. It updated the preferred username here. And it should have updated wallet here. Yep. So it updated the alias for our wallet. Now, if the app state is working correctly and is still reactive, when we go new contact, this URI should have JojoByte as the alias. And where was that? So let's go ahead and paste. Sure enough, preferred username is JojoByte. So that's what we want. But name itself is not actually reactive, is what we're finding out here. So I need to modify this. Probably to make alias wallets reactive. So that's using this. Let's see. All right, that makes more sense why it's not reactive. It is essentially a it's just loading the data from local forage here. So let's see. What we could do instead is too many files. Gotta clean up and close stuff. So we could in here let's see. See if this will work. Selected alias info. Not if no, info. Right, alias info, and alias info is going to be an object. We'll see if this actually works in the reactive state here. Also, I still don't remember why I mishmashed camel case and snake case. I think I might want to change this before I forget. Oh, that will break this wallet right now, I think, if I do this. But I'm okay with that. I can fix it easily enough. So let's go ahead and place all. Okay, and then we also want to find, before I forget, let's selected wallet, and we're going to do selected alias. I'm apparently using selected alias in more places. Right, I think that's good. I'm gonna replace that. So let's see if we broke anything, shall we? Still loading. That's a good sign. Any errors? No errors. It's a really good sign. Huzzah! All right. So that should have been most the snake case that I missed. No, I'm just doing it again with alias info. Luckily, I haven't used alias info yet, but now that should be corrected. And what we need to do is, let's see where we're setting wallet, selected wallet. So app state, selected wallet. That's where it's getting set. So selected wallet, that. Whoops. We want copy, not paste. Paste there is equal to let's come in here. Alias wallets info name. So we want something like this. Got alias wallets. actually, maybe we don't want to set it here. That's a handle submit event. We want something like it, but in the main function, like that. Okay, so all right, the other thing we want to figure out is where to set it as well. So that gets set there. So this probably won't work as well. It may make more sense to just do them all top level up here rather than hand jamming alias info. So it might be better to do something like that, and then profile name. Let's see. I'm going to need to find a better way to do this. I think this will be inefficient, so I'm more or less just trying it out to see what we can get working here. So let's see, alias, get item for selected alias. So I think something like this would work. Maybe. But I'm also afraid it will be inefficient because we've got a reactive So Envoy is a reactive proxy. That's what it is. I couldn't think of the name. So it's a JavaScript proxy. And just makes it reactive so that we could add and listen to things. So I should have done, I'm kind of mad at myself. I should have done something like this while I was working on it so that, let's see, Envoy. I don't know if that's right or not. That's not a good example. That's probably fine. It doesn't show async await, but I'm thinking that's probably fine. However, this is also not working like I was hoping. I don't think. Is that right now? That might be right. Let's go and see if it's still complaining here. Parameter old state implicitly has an any type, but a parameter type may be inferred from usage. I don't think that's right. Maybe just function would be fine. Maybe I don't need to define that it's async. The complaint here is that it has state and any promise void, so argument of type is not assignable to parameter of type function. Let's see if we change it up like so. If that will work. Argument of type. Maybe that's why I didn't work on it. Returns. Argument of type is not assignable to parameter of type. State any promise void. Do. Is it because of that? How about that? No, still. Oh, wait. Changes. It's not complaining anymore. Sweet. Okay. Is it complaining about other stuff now, though? Selected alias. Properties. Selected alias does not exist on type proxy handler. This is why I hate types. Maybe it's good, maybe it's not. I don't know. Hmm. Let's see here. Yeah, so the way I've written Envoy, it should work better with a shallow object rather than something with nesting. So I think I will avoid nesting anymore, but I am curious if I can fix this error. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Property selected alias does not exist on type. Proxy handler any. Ignore. See if we can figure it out with a search. TypeScript. T extends object T change as key of. So let's see if was it saying proxy handler any. Let's move this for now while I'm working on it. Mentally, I was thinking I won't spend more than 5 minutes on it, and I am coming up on 5 minutes, so I'm gonna probably wrap it up here. So add on change events, T extends object. What about proxy? Oh, did that actually fix it? Or did it just do any? That may have just switched it to any. Let's see. Where was it? App state selected it. Yeah, it's any. Ah, fixed it. Problem solved. I mean, I would love it to pretend like it's returning a proxy, but I'm actually okay with it not causing errors right this second. And that wraps it up close to the 5 minutes I was planning for, so maybe we'll fix that long term. But this is more documentation than I had, so I'm okay with that. Might add a little description here though, so say creates an object, creates a proxy wrapped object. All right, creates a proxy wrapped object. Creates a proxy wrapped object. With optional listeners. That's not right. Where do you set that? Is it in here? Yeah, sweet. Okay, so now if we hover over it, we've got creates a proxy wrapped object with optional listeners to react to changes in the proxy. Maybe instead of using the shorthand here, I'm actually going to change this example and say function listener so then you see that that's a listener. Let's actually do a double. Maybe I won't. No, let's just do that. So say let foo history, instead of storing it, we'll say this might be way too verbose of a example, but it illustrates better what you can do with this. So in here we've got foo history is either local storage history, or what we'd actually want is okay, so foo history. No, this is all, I'm hating this already. This is way too complex. Let's just say foo history is an array. And we're just gonna push to the array every time it's changed. And then down here we can say foo history All right. There you go. Way too complex of an example, but there you go. We got foo history, Kung, first listener, second listener. Every time there's a change, it would change this. In reality, these wouldn't need to be, since they're all operating on the same thing. You don't need two listeners, but you know, whatever. And there's no reason for it to be an async function. I wonder if I can feel like this is gonna break. Yeah. Oh well. I don't like that it's like that, but okay, whatever. That's better than I had it. So now I can keep track of things a little bit better. All right, so in Envoy up here at the top, we've got app state Envoy. We've got profile name now. Actually, I already forgot. I don't like that. Not profile name. We want info. Let's do info. Because profile also will have, at some point, well, there will be an info profile, because in the example here, there's a profile. So that profile right there. And as you might be able to see here, you can set it to a JSON object, and yeah, so we might have that in the future. We're not going to have it right now, but in the future that might be a thing. So I don't want to call this profile and then have profile. So I'd rather call it info, or instead of info, we could do user name. I don't know. But then you get into, yeah, info name. I don't know. What do the claims represent here? Standard claims. Yeah, I'd be more okay with calling it either user or, hey, let's see. I knew it. My apologies. Getting spam in chat here. Having to take care of it real quick. All right. So I'm doing it like this, but it might be worthwhile to actually just duplicate this, and we'll say user info, and we will delete those. Okay. And then I think we could delete this one from here. And honestly, I don't need that right now. We're not using it, so I'm going to comment it out. I'm going to delete those. And instead of tagging these like so, we could maybe let's go in here. I think that it might actually be in the wallet.js file that I'm thinking of. It's looking like that's the case. So let's go into wallet. And I want this. So I'm going to actually copy this for now. Say constant. So let's see. Name, given name, family name, middle name, nickname, website. Did I reorder these? Website. Yeah. Oh, this is a JSON object. Any other JSON email verified Boolean? You might want to. I don't think we're planning to do this anytime soon, but it might be nice to have it. So email verified false. See, I'm gonna comment that out and that. We're gonna do that and that. So everything's string except email verified, string, phone number verified. It doesn't look like I even have phone number listed here, so. What? Cannot have multiple. Oh wait, I do have it? Oh, dirt, I missed it. My bad. My bad. And then address and updated at is number, and I've already got that figured out, it looks like. So 2 ISO string. Is that right? Let's, I think I've got this saved already, so let's check real quick. Application, I'm gonna zoom back out here a little bit. Maybe that's okay. All right, so yes, that's right. So updated at is already right. Okay, so with OIDC claims, we also want this to be export constant OIDC claims, which if we're exporting it, we're not exporting with salt, so we probably want that down just a little bit. Okay. So now if we come back to this, Okay, so user info would initiate with OIDC claims, like that. But maybe we don't even want to do that. I'm not sure. Okay, so I'm thinking by changing it like that and adding prop here, then we could do something like if state prop is not equal to old state prop, then we do this change. And then instead of profile info, we would do prop is equal to that. So now any of the properties that change should update and get set automatically. But at this point, I do wonder if it's worthwhile to just oh, see, that wouldn't work. I was trying to think of a way to just initiate it with these values, but this will be empty when it's executed up here. So defining it, we could do let user info and then move all of this down into the main. Let's see, main that, okay. So if we did this, we wouldn't need that. So user info, but the issue with defining all of this here, let's see. Oh, and because we separated this out, this would be app state and app state. But I also don't think we would need that there because we could do alias wallets. I'm actually doing this kind of bonkers. I don't know if... should probably change this. So in a lot of... maybe not a lot, but the ones that I'm thinking of, the $sign in JavaScript often infers dynamic, or in this case, maybe reactive. And so I think if I'm recalling it correctly in Quick, for example, I haven't used Quick much, but it that kind of is the dead giveaway that it's more of a specialized thing. And in jQuery, that was also kind of the case when you build things that are not just the plain JavaScript. If it's more like jQueryized, that's the special one. But I'm basically reversing that by having user info be kind of plain Jane, exactly what you get from local forage, and then the special one doesn't have that. So that's what I'm trying to think through. I don't think I like that, but I also don't like prefixing all the specialized things with the $sign. So we'll see. I might end up changing this. But I'm also thinking this is just dumb at this point. So instead of alias wallets, I'm going to do user info, and then I don't have to do that. But let's see, find. See, the problem with this is adding that wallets would then get stored here, which I don't want. That's right. I was using the $sign to indicate that it's using a store. So a local forage store, which translates to IndexedDB storage. That's why I was using the $sign. I could maybe do wallets and user info. So I think that would give me what I want. All right, so then user info would not include the wallets by default. Let's see if we're referencing that anywhere else up there. But if we took this same thing and did that, okay. Okay, so then user info gets set. Don't think I need that anymore. And I think I want to pass that one if possible. Okay, but okay, so the problem with this right now, it's fine, I think, to initialize it like that, but I'm gonna regret using it there because it might be every time this runs updating with old information. So I think I do need to come into here and do a get item with this. Okay, so okay, that will make sure the user info being used. Or we could even change it. something like that, and then aliases info, user info. So it initiates with user info from here, but from then on, inside of this, it will get the latest when it runs. I don't love doing this, but I don't know if I have a better solution right this second. Okay, so user info gets added to edit profile and add contact. So add contact is here, and we want to change that. Alias wallets to user info. I don't think we need the second info there this time. Okay. I think we could also do this. For username. And profile. So alias. Okay. I think this will work, but if I missed anything, it's going to complain. It's going to look like it just blew up. So let's find out. Ah, no errors. I mean, of course there's no errors. I don't make mistakes. Duh. Looks like it loaded the info that I was expecting. So we've got the loaded alias. And what we want to test is, let's click this first and see what information got jammed into that QR. So we've got Jojo Byte and name. So that's preferred username. Let's see. Copy link address. So name and preferred username. Okay. So I got that. And what we want to test here is if I click edit, and let's say Mojo Jojo, and we're going to say Mojo Jojo. Oh, I missed a Joe. All right. So actually, let's just do Mojo like that. All right. And save profile. Now, if everything worked correctly, aliases should have gotten updated. Info, Mojo Jojo, and Mojo is the preferred username. It updated our key, and wallets did not get up. Wait, it did get updated. All right, so that's updated, and we don't want to refresh yet. We want to make sure this works in the same load. So new contact, and we're going to copy that and paste. Dagnabbit, it didn't update. So we've got the old info, even though we just got this to be a proxy. So add a new contact did not get the updated proxy info. Or did I paste the wrong thing? Let's make sure. Copy that, and then copy this. Okay, yeah, it got the wrong info. So even though we passed in user info, and even though user info is now a... It's now a proxy. So add contact user info and edit profile user info. So let's see, user info, user info, user info. You've got it defined up here. Pull in user info there. So I'm thinking the reason it didn't update is it is essentially caching that information here. So edit profile rig, it generates the component, and then edit profile render happens here. So we would need to not an edit profile. I think we would need an add contact. That's what we need. So add contact, render wallet contact. So essentially this is getting called really early on. Near the top of the file. It's counting on the information that setup contacts list has access to when it's initialized. Handle click. If it's add contact, we do all of that, and then we render contact. So what we might be able to do I mean, technically, when this gets set up, this info should exist. But I guess it hasn't changed. So... Okay, so let's go back into edit profile. Probably should rename this file because I keep missing it because it's just called edit. to make sure it updated it right. So edit profile. Okay, that's good. So leave that. Okay, so now in where'd it go? Did it close because I changed the file name? Okay, so in edit profile, we want add contact and this shouldn't be necessary. I probably need to reorder the components so that you don't have to do this. But that's gonna have to wait for another time. Because I haven't even gotten to everything I wanted to do already. Let's see, so I do that body nav render, so maybe that's what I have to do. I have to do add contact. Wallet. Let's see if that's enough to get the updated information. I mean, I did just delete the wallet info from there. Or maybe that would work, state.wallet. Let's see if that will work. State.wallet. This feels like the wrong solution to me. I think the issue must be, well, I haven't tested this yet. It's because we've got the content here. And in dialogue, let's minimize that. So in dialogue here, we've got content. This only gets updated on render. So if I trigger the render, it should update the content. But I'm thinking the bigger issue is how I'm setting this, or how I've been trying to build this component. So I have this rig that wraps the component like that, and then it grabs all the globals that you provide when initializing the rig. So then when we render the QR code, it is using that information once. But we could maybe, let's see. Hmm. Hmm. Right, so if we've got that, and then in here we do state.generate QR. I'm going to move this so it's right next since footer is less relevant right this second. So we want the link in the SVG. So let's say SVG. And we're going to say this is actually that. And this becomes link. Is that right? Okay, so with that change, if we come back in here and we had add contact, I'm going to comment this out for now. I want to see if this change actually resolves the issue. Nope. 956 state wallet cannot read properties. Dialog, add contact. Because state wallet xpub. Oh, derp. Okay, so application. Mojo and aliases should be Mojo and Mojo Jojo. Okay. And if we do new contact and we copy, this should, because I've refreshed, be, let's see, Mojo and Mojo Jojo. That's right. Okay. Mojo Jojo. All right. And I'm going to close that. We're going to come in here. We're going to go back to Jojo Byte, and we're going to say Jojo. Okay. And I want to clear that out. We're going to save. That should update this one. So we should have info, preferred username Jojo, name Jojo Byte. Wallet should also be updated with alias of Jojo. Okay. Oh, and the alias key should be Jojo. Okay. So that's right. And now if we click new contact and copy, will this have the updated info? That's the real question. Why did this update? Oh, account index updated. All right. Let's see. Did not update. Suppose we could switch it around. This might work. State user info. So if we switch, let's see. Okay, so if we switch that, and instead of adding it in the rig, like so, we go to edit profile and user info. And add contact, which I don't think we need this right now. Let's delete that. Actually, we don't need those either, I don't think. I don't think we need them here. We probably don't need body nav and add contact either. No, we're not using body nav. And we're not using the wallet. We're not even using user info there. So I doubt we need these for scan contact. All we need in scan contact right now is setup dialog and main. So let's fix that too. Scan contact, setup dialog, and main app. So we're not even using it. I might leave app state. For now. And then what about wallet encrypt? Okay, that's using all of these ones. If I actually go to here, so all of these are defined. Okay. So now what we need to do is find add contact. And add user info. Okay, let's see if all of this works. No errors. All right. This should be Jojo Byte for name and preferred username of Jojo. Okay, that's correct. And we want to close and change this. So Mojo, Jojo. I'm gonna do Mojo here. Okay, and save. And we'll check. This should be now back to Mojo Jojo. It is. Wallets. Refresh. It's Mojo. Okay, so that's updated. If we click new contact and copy. It's not right. Should be Mojo. All right, so it's not getting passed in correctly. Even though it's getting some information, which is just kind of weird. It is really weird because this Okay, so it's been a little bit since I set up this contacts list component. So I'm trying to recall. So it's doing contacts list render sort contacts by alias. And so app state contacts would be an array. So in reality, it's just providing contacts there. So if I were to do user info and so that would provide user info in the state of load contacts. And then in see contacts list, here is where we do that. We could do state dot user info like that. This might work. All right, let's try this. All right, new contact. We're going to copy that. I'm going to paste it here this time. So we've got preferred username Mojo, name Mojo. We're going to close out of that. I'm going to clear here. Come here. We're going to switch to Jojo Byte. And instead, I'm going to say Jojo Byte here. So update that. And we check these. So Jojo Byte, wallet info, preferred user, and username, and then name are both Jojo Byte. And wallet here is also alias Jojo Byte. So that's all right. And now if we click new contact and copy this, it's still Mojo. Dag. All right. Why is that happening? Am I not... Am I not correctly updating user info, user info? Oh my gosh. I'm a derp. Updated aliases, we're updating that. Yeah, I'm a derp. I think some of this other stuff was necessary, but probably not all of it. I just derped it up and have all of this stuff updating, but never freaking triggered user info update. So dot name All right, let's see if that works. All right, so currently we get Jojo Byte and Jojo Byte. That's right. Okay, close out of that. We're gonna go here and Mojo, Jojo, Mojo, save. Oop, something happened. Edit profile. User info cannot set properties of undefined setting name. Okay. I think I know what it is already. I think I removed user info from here. And then I use that version of it. So that, I think, will fix it. Let's refresh and try again. Okay. We're gonna copy URI, paste. We are Mojo, Jojo, and Mojo. We're gonna close. Let's say Jojo Byte and Jojo Byte. Save profile, that's saved that time. And we go to, oh, you gotta be kidding me. Alias.wallets is not iterable. What? Alias dot, so if alias is not null, it looks iterable. It really does. Freaking heck. That sure looks like an array right there. Why? App state selected. Alias. Taking the wallets. Store. So if alias is not null, we set alias wallets to object. We get each wallet and we await it, and then we set the wallet ID to the wallet data. Okay, that might be a problem. You gotta be kidding me. So it did update that and then butchered our freaking wallet. So it is right. It's not iterable because it doesn't freaking exist. So why did that butcher it? It happened on save. And it happened when I tried to edit the user info. So I'm thinking there's something wrong with user info listener. So we get that. It does the OIDC claims, all of that. If state prop is not equal to the old one, we get the selected alias. item. That should have gotten the current aliases before updating. Oh! I'm a derp. That's why I think. I think I'm gonna, I mean, it's okay. It's not that big of a deal because I've got like 50,000 contacts now that are just bogus. So I'm okay wiping this out, but let's start over here. So clear site data. I think that will solve it. So, ooh, what's that? Main cannot destructure property wallets of intermediate value as it is null. That didn't fix it. What if I did this? Cannot set properties of null, setting wallets. Okay. So I was trying to read something that was null, so that makes sense. Let's see if it messed up anything here. I might need to... No, that looks okay. All right, so assuming this is fixed, let's refresh one more time. No errors. Okay, let's add an existing wallet. No errors. Okay. Let's paste our recovery phrase and enter our alias. Add wallet. Then we're going to enter a encryption phrase. An encryption phrase, I should say. Okay, so Jojo, preferred username Jojo. We don't have a name yet because we haven't set that. We've got wallets and alias Jojo. Addresses should be 20, yeah. Okay. Sheesh, man. I'm like, what, 3 hours into the stream and I'm still on the freaking first bug, basically. It needs to be fixed, but I was not anticipating it taking this long for one single thing. It's very irritating. Okay, so all of that was right. Let's test this out fresh. New contact. It loaded, no errors. Gonna clear that, and we're gonna copy this URI. I'm gonna do a new thing here. So we've got preferred username equals blank. Oh, you're killing me, Smalls. You are killing me. Oh my gosh. Come on. Okay, so that happens in add contact. Sheesh, man. Oh, and I already know why. Freaking heck. It's because of this. User info doesn't get set. No, state phrase. We generate wallet encrypt render. Wallet funds. No phrase. We show onboarding. Should that be up here? Wallet encrypt render. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so if there's no phrase, we show onboarding. Otherwise, we derive the wallet information. So onboard, handle submit. What do we do? Wallet gen, wallet import. So those are gonna run this, and then it's gonna run the encrypt dialog. So we've got wallet gen close, but wallet backup. Let's Let's actually go to import. I don't want to look at the backup right now. So wallet import does encrypt, render, and waits for the encrypt to finish. And that's where those get set. So don't need that. So that should do get user info. Is that right? Or do we want to wait for this to be inside of wallet encrypt? I want to move this back out. Now that I think I'm fixing the problem, I want to see if it will work from here again. And then I'll also need to go into here and user info. Okay, so I think I got it, so it should update correctly. I need to start from scratch though. Okay, so add existing, copy and paste, Jojo, add, load wallets for alias. Okay. was thinking that I wanted it wrapped like this, but in reality, I'm going to freaking stick that inside of the function. And see if this works. All right, retry this. No error there. Add existing, copy, paste, Jojo at. Oh my gosh! Cannot set properties of null. Setting wallets. What? So, sure enough, it does have the alias. Okay. There's Jojo, IndexedDB. We've got wallets, alias Jojo, aliases, Jojo, info, preferred username Jojo. Okay. So that set, I haven't refreshed yet, so let's new contact. And this should freaking have the username. It does not. Oh my gosh. Let's, before I give up on all of this and go have a nice cry, let's see if add contact come on. All right, add contact. So we're gonna add the user info there, and we're gonna try this another time after we see user info state.userinfo and state.userinfo. All right. Well, it's showing something for get user info already. Though I feel like that shouldn't have triggered. Oh, wait. No, that's right. That's right. The reason that triggered is the console log is happening outside. It's happening right here. Let's actually move it inside of here. I only want to see this if it gets inside, essentially. So this shouldn't have happened on initial load. And I'm actually going to comment that out for now because all I really care about is the alias. So yeah, now it did not show that. So we're going to, let's just make sure it's clear again, just for funsies. Okay, add an existing. Copy, paste, Jojo, encryption password, remember, encrypt. Okay, so we should have a couple things here. Yep, selected wallet and alias. We should have wallets set to alias Jojo and aliases with Jojo and info Jojo. Okay, now if I edit, no wait, I don't want to edit yet. I want, oh wait, that may have messed it. Let's restart already. Okay, so let's try this again. Jojo, add, encryption, encrypt. No errors, gonna clear that. Verify this again. Pretty sure it's gonna be right. I'm not gonna drive in. Yeah, it's right enough. Okay, new contact. Ah, I think this one worked this time. So copy. Boom, preferred username, Jojo. Holy bejeebies, that was hard. Way harder than it needed to be. But what I'm seeing already that I'm not liking is that it's adding the name. Let's see. So let's say let filtered info is equal to object dot entries from, is that right? Wait, that seems wrong. Object dot entries. Am I doing this wrong? This seems wrong. That's what I'm thinking, right? I think so. Okay, so filtered info. Dot filter. No. All right, let's see if this works. Something broke. Find, Okay, that is essentially what I was looking for. Let's add the filter to it and see if that works. All right, look at that. So preferred username has a value. Address is an empty updated at. So if let's do this. Let's see, I might do it like this. Not updated at. Okay, so JS object or array is empty. I think there's a newer, slightly clever way to do this. Array is obvious if it's an array. So what I'm looking for is a vanilla JavaScript version of the isEmpty thing that that Lodash or underscore has. I mean, what I was already thinking was something like that. Object keys dot length is empty, so you could do that. But the isEmpty function that I'm thinking of just kind of loops over the type ofs or whatever and detects what it is. So if it's a string, it knows how to do that. If it's an object, see, isObjectEmpty is basically, I want a combined one though. That's the reality. See, I thought Lodash isEmpty worked on like all sorts of variables. Suppose I could verify that. So null is empty, true is empty, one is empty, array is not empty, object is not empty. So that's what I was looking for, something like that. Sure, I don't have one already. It's got so many of these little things in there. I just wanted one that already does that, but I don't want to import Lodash just for that. All right, spending too much time on this. Trying to think if there's an is-array option similar to type of, type of. This is what I think of, but I know other things can be set to that. So if the value is object and I believe the other example was, so if it's an object and object dot keys value dot length is equal to 0 through this might work, I think. What did this do? For key has on property call value false. Is prototype base keys value I think this should be good enough. So, and now I'm distracted. Where was I? Trying to use that. Was it in add contact? Yeah. Okay, so utils is empty. Okay. Sheesh, that was a lot of work for something I don't care that much about, but let's see. Okay, let's new contact and copy URI and go here. No! Missed Boolean. Okay, so it did get preferred username. Okay, and I think it would be faster to test those, so I only want to test the array if absolutely necessary. Type of value is Boolean. And value is equal to true. No, false. Then it's empty. However, I might not want that. I might actually just want to filter the Boolean fields. So I might come back into add contact. Instead say, so if it's updated at, this is why I made the field like this, is updated at, I don't think you need to be sharing your email is verified or your phone is verified with a contact. So that will filter those keys out. Anything else? Preferred username, nickname. Okay, let's test this again. Refresh, new contact, copy that, and okay, so xpub, preferred username, sub, but let's also tweak this real quick. So now with filtered info, oh, wait. Or maybe not. Okay, I think that should work. Refresh, new contact, copy that. And let's see, delete, paste. So now we've got scope, preferred username, xpub sub. Oh, that's weird. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. So it's because I forgot to do that. So let's delete all of that. But I kind of prefer xpub being first. I don't mind sub being last. I think this will work. Or I could also maybe do this. So then filtered info is that. So let's see. This is getting complex enough that it probably makes more sense to break it out and say function. URL. I'm gonna change the name of that in a moment here. So anything async? No. We also want to return. And maybe we'll just return like this. Okay, so I'm gonna generate share URI, and this becomes state, and we can delete everything except that. All right, so share URI, generate share URI. I'm gonna include this just so I all in case. All right, so share URI, generate that. Let's make sure this is working. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Now let's make sure if we update this to Mojo, save. And we will check the settings, Mojo, wallets, Mojo. All right, so those are updated. And what we started trying to fix in the first place, let's make sure. Let's see, we should have our generate, so sub preferred name. And they're all Mojo now. Huzzah! Okay. If we paste that there, we've got Mojo. And name is now included in the scope. Awesome. All right, so that is fixed finally. Oh my gosh. Share QR code not getting updated, up-to-date name for profile. I think we can check that as fixed. Alias field removes wallet from local forage contact. Okay, so let's look at that too. I should have been looking at both of these, but this will also be, or should also be here. So alias. So this, let's see. That's the handle input. Handle change is the contact alias. So this is where I think it's going haywire. So new contact here versus new contact here. That's why right there. Okay. Although, I don't think that should have been happening. State contact. State contact wallets. So wallet should have still been there if it was there. It shouldn't be getting wiped out. Oh, actually, the other one is also related to this, I think. So, finish pairing contact in contacts list after save should be named contact. So this is all related to the same area. Okay. Oof. Hey, Christine Clark, how are you doing? You might be the first person to chat on Rumble for me. I think I've gotten a few comments before, but not a lot of chats for some reason. All right, I'm not seeing what I was thinking I'd see, and that's why. Oh wait, let's remove that. I don't like that. Okay, so contacts list, handle, click, it's doing the new contact. That's where it's coming from. Okay, so add contact, user info, new contact, share account, derive wallet. Okay, so that's where it's getting added. That's what I was trying to figure out here. So we're generating the new contact. And then we trigger the add contact, and with it we load new contact, and app state should already be updated. So if we change, we do new contact by okay, I think I see what's happening. All right. I see where we went haywire. So it's probably worthwhile to do this. Or since we're awaiting that, after that returns, then we set the contact to the new contact, which should be that same info. So then once, let's see. So that's what happens when you fill it with a contact address. So you either scan a QR code like that, or you paste this in there. I don't want to do that yet because I want to test this first. So then state contact in change will extend it correctly because state contact will have that wallet info. So then it will just be overriding info and the preferred username if you've set contact alias. And then here, I'm kind of thinking that instead of trying to update contacts like this, let's see, how are we getting the current app state contacts? That's what I need to search real quick. So app state contacts, load contacts, that's how. We iterate, we push. I'm wondering though, in a proxy, that might not actually change. I suppose we can test this real quick. So I want to come up here to the app state. And we're going to re-enable this. Probably don't need an async. I'm going to remove that for now. And I want to do contacts. So console.log maybe I'll do this. State contacts is not old contacts. On push. Okay, no, don't want a comma. Or is he there? I want a comma right there. And I want old contacts. Maybe I want old first, just old ones first, then the new ones. Okay, so I want to see if this gets triggered when a new contact gets added. Nope. What about now? Nope. What about now? Nope. Okay, so that's good to know. And the reason I wanted to know that is if we're doing app state contacts pushes, it's not really that valuable. Okay. So it's only used right there for now. I think with that change, though, it makes sense to cut that and move it into here. Oh, maybe not. I thought I had store and utils, but I don't. So is it wallet that I have store in? Database setup, store. Okay, so I'm gonna, inside of wallet, drop that, say export async function load contacts, temporary push. And then load contacts. Whoop. on that. Okay, so that gets us load contacts there. The other place is inside of add contact, but I don't think I'm importing wallet, am I? Nope. I don't really want to import wallet here if I can avoid it. Wait, did I stop using is empty? Oh, it works because it's defined in the same place. Okay, I'm fine with that. I suppose load contacts. I'm going to change this. So with a change like that, it won't need to be in wallet. I can put it in utils like I wanted to, I think, assuming this works correctly. So now load store is here, and instead of load contacts, we do load store. Nope. We do load store. Okay. So then with it set up like this, I can come back to add contact. We are providing the store right there. And I believe I can then do load store here. And let's see, so state contact gets updated, set contacts. So we could do await, load, store, store contacts. App state contacts is equal to res. I don't think I need to await this one. And then down here, I think we want to do that again. Maybe I'll do it after this. And comment all of this out. So here we set the item again. And instead of trying to find the user, we just load it again and then render again. Because we're already rendering again. Although, I guess at this point, we're really not using app state contacts that much. But let's one more time here. See, store contacts. Contacts, get item, that. Set item. And this. Say contacts. Paired contact. URI. Oh yeah, that's right. While I'm thinking about it, so on input, the address, we take this, parsed, we set the info to that. That's good. Although, what is that I'm thinking of here? Oh, that's why it's probably in wallet here. OIDC claims. Constance.js. I think I'm going to do that as well. And say export. Then we want to import. Let's save this while I'm thinking about it. So Constance and storage salt, OIDC claims. Okay. Anything else worth moving? Not in wallets, it looks like. Okay, so let's check utils as well. It's all commented out. That would be something worth moving. Where'd constants go? Dang it. All the way back there. Let's move this. Okay, so that, and then we can do import duffs, constants, can I do that? That might be handy, because I also want to export it. No, see, it's freaking out. Yeah, with it imported, it seems fine. Let's just see if I'm using it anywhere else. So constants, duffs. Okay, that's fine. It's only being used in utils. So I'm okay just importing it. I thought I might be importing that duffs because it was being exported, but let's see. Anything else constant wise? Probably be better to do export whatever. And clear that. To duff. Okay. All right, that's looking better. Let's also check main and see if there's anything we should move over from main. Yeah, you're gonna complain about that. You're a bit of a complainer face. But you can do constants and then that there. Okay. Now you can stop complaining. But I also want this. These probably make sense to have as constants, even though they're regex. Okay. I guess that's only used in 2 places, but that's all right. Let's go ahead and replace all of them. And then we want alias regex. All right, and we replace all of them. And then we want to find it again because obviously I had split this out all weird like. So we want this to come from constants and phrase regex to come from constants, and then we can delete these. And then we can take that and go here. Let's see. Being used in one place. But that's okay. dot. Probably going to use that one again. Okay, and then this one would be that. Okay, and then this is not being used. All right, cool. Progress. Progress. Let's verify we haven't introduced any errors with any of these renames. Things seems to be loading still. Okay. And we did all of that for the OIDC claims. We probably need the import for it though, so that was so that add contact. Could have the user okay, so on the user change we want to do OIDC claims and then override it with whatever info we have. And we probably want to do that again the next time we mess with info. To that. And that. Although it might not be needed there. At this point, when you're saving it, yeah, it might not be needed there, but maybe it is. I'm not sure. Let's leave it like that for now. So then you've got info, URI. What we also want here is paired contact info. Instead of updating this, I think we want to cut that and do alias. And then, I think we also want that up here. So contact alias change. I don't think we want to change that if it's already set. Or maybe we could do let preferred username preferred username is equal to preferred username or event target value or an empty string. And then here we actually just do preferred username. And then here we do the same thing, preferred username. Okay, I think this should fix it. So now if you, let's just go ahead and refresh and test this. Actually, I'm going to clear out the contacts. That might make it a little easier to see. Clear object store. Right, refresh. Whoa! I wasn't expecting that. Why did that happen? App state contacts. That's interesting. Will it still break if I refresh? Yes. Okay, so before I fix this, I actually want to see. This is before the contacts.length. Yeah. Okay, the reason why I'm complicating this is I feel like it should have broken differently. And so in the initial render here, console.log, oh, not slash log, dot log. Setup contacts list. I want to see what that's set to, and I'm hoping it'll appear before this error. State, it's an empty array. And it's very early in empty array, so cannot read properties of undefined reading length. That literally lists length. What the heck? Okay. All right, I'm gonna do something I didn't want to do, but just in case there's something funky going on, right before it's called here, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this. All right, return. And we're gonna do console log. Set up contacts list header. Okay. So haha. Look at that. State contacts undefined. So it is getting set to undefined somehow. And it must be something, maybe not must, but it's likely something here in contacts. because I set it to res. All right, so I'm thinking one of those broke it. So let's see if that resolves it. It's still undefined. It's res, contacts list, res sort. Okay. So it could be that one, I suppose. Let's see. Interesting. So it was that one. Now that I know it's that one, I want to see what's happening. Console.log. Actually, I already have a theory what's happening, but I will dig into that in a second. Load store. Store contacts, res. Okay, that's undefined. And so in load store here, we get await store length. And that is my theory of why it's breaking. Because for some reason, if it doesn't have anything, maybe length is returning 0. Either way. Oh. Then could be getting called. It should be null if it was getting an error. Load store, iterate, store, key value res. So let's do that. Okay, so store length is equal to 0, so that is valid. That's what I was thinking was failing, But now I'm thinking because iterate doesn't do anything, it's calling the callback without anything loaded. Because it never even triggers this. So this should have been triggered at least once as I was expecting it, but clearly that's not what happened. I'm wondering though if, maybe I'll do A, B, C, just to see if it returns multiple parameters. Let's see. Look at that, finally. But load store finally might happen regardless. I'm going to leave it for a second. I'm going to add a contact. That should give us more than 0. Oh, I shouldn't have cleared the... Let's see, so we've got a contact. Let's go ahead and just refresh. Yeah, so now it's loading. And it loads finally. Load store. Okay, so finally doesn't solve our issue. What it looks like we need to do is instead of just putting callback there, we need to do res return callback, but here we do res. Here we do if no res return I wonder if we even need this though. Wait, we do, because that's where the value... No. Alright, I'm curious. I might regret this, but I want to see what happens if I don't include a return. So, store length, load store iterate, the first one, load store contacts, finally. Oh, that's what I'm forgetting. Clear that. All right, let's try again. Okay, so that time it got into here and at least returned. Okay, so since this is not adding anything, I'm actually not going to include the store this time. Or wait, is there... Okay, so store dot... No, store dot... Store name, that's what I was looking for. So if db info store name... So store, load store, then store config, store name, contacts, undefined, res. But if I don't include that, and I add a contact, so it did iterate, and it does get to then, but because nothing's returned, it still has to use that. However, that might be fine since I'm doing it that way anyways. I could actually eliminate the res so it's not even expecting the res, and it would eliminate this error altogether, and it would just return the temp array. Let's add one more contact, and just gonna give it a bogus alias. Okay. Although that didn't update. Oh, it didn't save the alias? That should have saved, I think. Maybe because it didn't have the address, it wouldn't save. I'll test that in a moment. Okay, so now it does iterate twice, and then it gets to then. I wanted to make sure then doesn't get called for each iteration. So now that I've verified that, I might as well just do this. And I suppose I don't need the length anymore. Maybe there's a reason I would need it, so I'm going to leave that as a reference in case. Actually, let me back up here. I'm going to keep this as well. But for now, That works. Let's wipe it out and refresh. And it's still working. And it's working as I would expect it to. Okay. I'll fix that problem. Sheesh. That was going to be something that could have caused some major issues in the future, so I'm glad I caught it now. All right, so now we've got load store. It adds, or it pushes the values. I don't know if I want this right now, but I'm thinking, since I'm here anyways, it may be worthwhile to, instead of doing a result like that, we do result, value key, and then result, okay, is equal to value. And maybe just for the sake of it, I will include this. And then instead of iteration number, I'll just say I. Oh wait, contact length, let's say door length. That will make a little more sense. Future self, okay. Load store object. Okay. All right, so we've got that, I think, fixed here. Good to have a new contact. Yep. And this time I'm going to copy this and make sure this is still working. So that created the new wallet based on the XPub it was provided. It added the request one as well, which is our side of things. So let's see, and then info, it got Mojo, Jojo, and Mojo. And what I want to test here is to make sure that if I modify the preferred username, so if I modify, well, wait, no, it didn't add an alias, did it? Yeah, it didn't add an alias. Maybe it should add the alias there too. I thought it would. Alias. So maybe that. Okay, so when you paste, that would load. All right, I think that makes sense. We set the alias there, and then handle change. If we change the alias, that's where it should get changed. And then scan new contact. This needs to be updated. This scan new contact. Or maybe I should say I need to wrap this stuff into a function. FDE intent, scan new contact, scan contact, show modal, modal. That's why I wasn't finding it. Okay, so if I search for this instead, now I can find the ones I'm thinking of. All right, so I need to consolidate this. It looks like I built, which I know, I remember doing this. It was recently enough, but I didn't realize I did it until now. I built one of these functions. This is actually the later function, so the handle input. And it uses this parse address field, which if we go in here, it literally checks the URI. If the URI includes a colon, it splits it by that. And if the protocol includes dash, then it goes ahead and uses this parse dash URI function, which I think is right here. And so parse dash URI is doing very similar things to what we're doing down here in the submit. So, but it's doing it more sophisticated. Originally, I was like, I just did a replace all, and that's how I was getting the address. So that's not ideal. I need to update this to use the parse address field. But I might need one more wrapping function because let's see. Because I do that parse address field, but then there's all this extra stuff that I end up doing as well. So I think I need another wrapper function that just handles a lot of this. But before I do that, let me finish verifying what I was looking at here. So let's see, Mojo Jojo. And make sure it updated. So alias, nope, it didn't do it right. So preferred username is still Mojo, but alias should be Mojo Jojo. So what went wrong? That is on change, I think. But you know what? Now that I've got the input listener, it might be worthwhile to just eliminate the handle change. I think this is all the same as what's up here. That didn't work right. Yeah, I think that looks all the same to me. And if that's the case, I think we could just go ahead and chippity chop this. And I'm actually gonna comment this out for now. And then paste there. So this should give us contact alias and contact address. But that's target name. This is event target name. Okay, so they're both accessing it the same way as far as I can tell. Okay. And then so what should have happened is, oh, derp, I already see. So that would be the preferred username, but we want an alias equal the reverse of this, essentially. So we either want it to be the form field or the preferred username or empty. So if we delete that, good update. What I worry about here, though, is we might need to add a debouncer, I think it's called. I haven't made one in a while, so I'll probably have to look it up. It's been a really long time since I've used one, but essentially you don't want it just hammering the set item API, as that's more expensive. It will be writing to the user's computer storage. And so you probably, how the input field works is every time you enter a character, it would be triggering this. Instead, we probably want this to only trigger after, and this is what the debouncer does, is it only triggers when you haven't typed for, well, I guess it could apply to non-input fields. Like you could use debouncers in other scenarios where just a value hasn't changed in a while. But I've mostly seen them set up in inside of form field type of things, where if the value hasn't updated in, say, 200 milliseconds or something, then you update it. So then, as you're typing, unless there's a pause in your typing, it's not hitting the storage API as much. So I think it would be good to implement a debouncer if I'm using this. So let's see, JS, vanilla JS, input field debounce. Oh, that's cool. I honestly hadn't thought to debounce a save field, but that's actually good to know about. But in this scenario, we want this one. And what does it do? Debounce timeout. So you can change the timeout, but you don't need to. Just has save in there. Yeah, so we want something like that. Let's go to utils, drop it down here, and we will say export. I actually prefer saying callback. All right, so let's return args, cleared timeout timer, timer set that or that. Okay. So debounce, callback, timeout. Okay. And this other one might be useful. So I'm going to copy it here. Add the export. So what's the difference? It adds that. No timer. It triggers the callback. Suppose I'm okay doing with that. Am I? Hmm. Clear, timeout, set, callback, apply. So it returns a function. Void, I think. So debounce changes. Oh, this might not work like I was hoping it would. I might have to tweak this more. Debounce changes. I just leave it at that, and then I think I'm going to copy that and do Oh, my apologies. Thanks for the follow, Wide Solix. Just saw that. It's 33 minutes ago, but it's appreciated. And just wrapped up in this code. Debounce that immediately triggers. Okay, so no bounce try. All right, that will be handy because now I can come into here and say, not there. Why did I want this again? For reasons, okay? Yeah, now I remember. Okay. Inside of here, we want debounce and contact adder. We probably want to apply the debounce to some of the contact address stuff as well. But initially, I'm just going to test it on the alias. So, contact alias. I'm going to drop this. Debounce. And we want... let's say state and store. And just grab all of this for now. Put it in there. And I'm gonna say async. All right. And the reason we did state and store is I think we should move this and say let updated alias equal something like that. And then let the bounce alias equal that. Oh, that's not what I wanted. All right, what am I looking for? That's what I want. So debounce alias, state, store. Maybe I just want to do all of this. Let's do all of it. See if that works better. Ah, missed event. Okay, so then we debounce alias with state store event. I think this is gonna work, but this might also go really pear-shaped. I suppose we don't need store here, but we will need state. So let's come back down to debounce and remove store. Okay. Console.log. Debounced. Updated alias. All right, let's refresh and try this out already. No errors yet, so that's good. New contact. Okay. Not terrible. All right, let's test this out. Ooh, I didn't mean to do that. And we got some errors. Oh, that's expected because I have no device. Although failed to construct URL is not expected. Yeah, that's not expected. So 392. Nope, not that. Go 392. There we go. All right, so show scan. Failed to construct invalid URL. Scanned URL. So let's say if show scan scanned URL. Okay, that should fix that. I think. Find out here in a second. That error is expected because I don't have a camera connected. That one's not. That shouldn't have happened. Okay, so I need to find out what show scan is returning. Console. .log and go scan. Oh wait. Oh, I guess that's happening. However, Let's switch this around. Because it errors out, I can't actually see what it's doing. Okay, so new contact, configure that, scan, and close. Cancel. Ah, okay. So if go scan not equal to cancel, all right, that's what should happen. But we don't need that logging anymore. Okay, so now we're going to copy that. And what did we get? So it parsed the URL, contacts. It did trigger the contact change. That's good. What's triggering the handle contacts update several times? I'll need to look at that. I don't like that it looks like it triggered. Or maybe that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, even though there's 5. If there were 5, I'd think maybe it's just each iteration, but the fact that there's one more than what there should be makes me think something else is going on. Okay, well, regardless, it loaded that. I want to check the application now. So let's refresh that. And what do we got now? Filled in Mojo. So let's test this now. Jojo. Yeah. That was a lot. That should have been debounced, but I don't think it was debounced. Debounced, updated alias. Yeah, that didn't get debounced like I was hoping. Did I implement it wrong? Is that what's happening? Hmm. That don't seem right. Something is definitely haywire. State contacts. Set up contacts list, state contacts. Is that state, set up state. Hmm. Huh. I got it right on one of them, but not all of them. Oh wait, did I skip one? Skip that one. Okay. Let's refresh and see if it freaks out the same way. So, state contacts, contact list. I think the other thing that I just overlooked that I want to not overlook is, I think I can close that for now. Contacts list. If new state dot contacts is not equal to okay. That's an improvement. So I forgot I had done some work on the contacts list component to solve this, and I'm not sure if this is going to work, but I think I can eliminate some of these renders if it is. So let's actually tinker with this a bit. So we've got all of these contact list render things. If that's there, let's see. Instead of rendering again, we should be able to do restate, I think. So restate gets restate there, and that updates state and setup state. However, the future ones do state and render state. So I don't think I need to await that, but maybe I won't. So if I do that, maybe I will do it like that. So I think then we could do restate. And that would work. Maybe. Is there that space? Well, that's the thing. So as soon as I render inside the other thing, it will do restate there. So restate doesn't make that much sense here. Or maybe I should say it doesn't make sense there. So where doesn't make sense? State, hello, context change. Hey, White Solix, how are you doing? Okay, so restate is the simplest way to update that. And I think so even though restate is used there, and then restate if I do restate, it won't trigger the render, or it shouldn't unless unless the contact thing has changed. So I think that is my best bet for triggering it. And then, yeah, that's going to trigger it again, but it shouldn't be that intensive. Hey, Mr. Shivra, how are you doing? Okay, so restate. Let's see if this does what I'm thinking. Right, so it only did handle contacts update once. Did setup contacts list header several times, but that is because of reasons. Let's see. Is that in here? So header. But you know what? I don't think that should have triggered so many times, because it should have not rendered. Actually, but I don't really need that anymore, so let's hide that for now. Okay, that was to debug. So now it shows handle contacts update that one time. And it's not adding contacts, right? No. Okay, let's wipe out contacts. And okay, start from scratch. But handles contacts. We're gonna new contact, which that should have triggered one handle contact, I think. But it doesn't look like it did. Interesting. Or maybe it... No, it should have triggered one, because that added a contact. So that should have triggered one. Okay, it changed that time though. Maybe I missed triggering it in the right place. All right, so this is updated with Mojo. What we want to test before we got completely sidetracked is if I do JoJo, that did not debounce. That's exactly what I didn't want happening. That's the point of debouncing. So I used this wrong somehow. Or I implemented it wrong, I should say. So we've got debounce alias. Debounce alias. Suppose I could literally test that. Let's see. So if I come here and do that, yeah, that shouldn't trigger 3 times. Oh. Maybe that's why. That probably doesn't help. Let's see if that fixes it. Hey, look at that. That's what I was expecting. Derp-de-derp. And so this should do the reverse of that. So let's test that too while I'm testing things like this. Yep, that did what we wanted. Okay, so now let's assume debounce is working because of the typo I made. That was my bad. All right. Now we do. I'm gonna clear it out again. So no contacts, new contact. Copy that. Gonna clear that. So let's see. We paste in there. So that triggered immediately. We haven't added the debounce to the pasting of the contact address. However, this one should. So what did we get? Debounce, update, alias, and it only triggered once. Awesome. So let's go into here. What I don't love, though, is that it's undefined. I want to see if I can modify this real quick. And so debounce, return, args. See if that does it. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's more than nothing, but not what I wanted. Timers promises? I've never heard of that. But I kind of feel like that's probably a Node.js thing. And not a JavaScript thing. Nope, that's not right. Yeah. Okay, so I've seen something like this delay function before. We might be able to modify this debounce. So that it does something like that. So delay 3000, then resolve that timeout. Let me see if I can tweak this. Keep that one. So let's see. So, oh, maybe it shouldn't be async. So async function debounce promise return await new promise resolve set timeout resolve delay. Okay, so that gives us a set timeout promise, but it doesn't handle the debouncing. Here we do that, set timeout. Resolve that maybe. That might work. Will it work? I'm feeling like maybe it won't. So promise resolve. dbounce alias is not a function. Not callable, huh? So what if I remove that? And that. Dbounce alias is not callable. So dbounce promise. New promise, clear timeout. I don't know. I don't want to spend more time on this. I'm going to leave it there and gonna switch back to the other debouncer that's working. It's not exactly what I want, but it works. Okay. So refresh. But also, since it's not working, there really isn't any need to try and capture the value. Okay, so alias Mojo Jojo, info is Mojo, that's what I was wanting in the first place. Request is set up, wallets is set up, and all right, that's fixed, it's working. We've got a debouncer in there, so it's not saving a ton of times that it doesn't need to. It should only stop after you're done, or after you've typed for a second or two. Let's go ahead and add contact. So we've got, wait a second. Oh no, that's right. That's right. Okay. We need to modify contact list now. Because user is c.alias. Yeah, c.alias or preferred username. There you go. And now when we do stuff like new contact, I close, it's there. If I do another one, there should be, yes, I can shift this temporarily. Let's see, left, negative 500 pixels. So, as you can see, there's two of them now. Maybe I should do this the opposite way. There we go. It's a little bit easier. So, with that, I could copy this and paste. Sweet, and it gets updated. And it updates that. Perfect. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And we can see at this point, even if I don't click add contact, I think this stuff is saved. So it's kind of weird. We probably need to figure out a better way to do this. I don't know. Because now I've got a contact, and if I decided I didn't want to add them. But all of that is because if you do this new contact thing, and you end up like copying this and then closing it out, so now it's closed. If you go and, you know, you message someone and you go, hey, add me on dash incubator wallet or whatever, and you send them that, then they might start sending money to that account index. And if we don't have it set up to check for it, you could be getting funds and just not aware you're getting funds, because we literally have to go through and check all of them. Let's see, don't save that. Do we have any more open that we should close? No. Okay. All right, we got quite a bit fixed here. Let's check our to-do list again. So changing alias field removes wallet from local forage contact. That's no longer the case. That is fixed finally. Finish pairing contact in contact list after save. That's fixed. Okay, holy crud. Freaking almost 7 hours in here, and I didn't get to the one thing I wanted to get to. Send and request funds. Sheesh. Oh my gosh. But it's working a lot better, so maybe I shouldn't be that annoyed with myself. I wanted it to be actually getting funds already. This is stuff that it would have needed to be fixed anyways, like to have this be a solid and viable option for people to actually use. Had to fix it. It's just still freaking annoying because took an additional 7 hours to fix just some little behind the scenes stuff. All right. You know what I'm actually amazed by, and maybe I shouldn't say that. No, I'm not going to say it. It's a knock on wood situation. If I say it, I'm pretty sure I'm going to jinx myself, so I'm not going to say it. All right, let's see. Do I have the energy? This is the real question. Do I have the energy to try and get to the payments? I don't know if I do. Or at least I might need a freaking break here. But I'm worried if I take a break, I'll lose the momentum I have, and I won't want to start again. Oh my gosh. Decisions. let's get the changes we've done so far committed. That's I think the first step before I make any further decisions. All right, that is pushed. And if we look here, it is building. So as long as that doesn't fail, should be updated soon. Usually is pretty quick to deploy. All right, that should be deployed. So that's up to date. I want to say this is done, but in reality, it's not done. The reason it's not done is, well, we've got the ability to add a new contact, and it's getting the pairing info, so both the wallet you want them to send to and the wallet you need to send to. Or maybe I should say it like this: the wallet you want to receive to and the wallet they want you to send to. So that's set up. It's generating that, and this is what's missing. That does nothing. So we're missing a UI element here, which is this. Oh, that's weird. So I need to build this. We probably should include not just this name field, but the ability to change the alias as well, since you can already set it when you're pairing with them. You know, if you typo or whatever, you might want to change it. So that's why I'm having trouble saying that the contacts is actually done, because that's not done. I suppose I could focus on that instead of the payments, but I want to get payments. Like, yeah, it's important to be able to delete or edit a contact, but until you can pay someone, this isn't a wallet. It's just a contact manager, and not even a good one at that. I don't want to harp on my skills here, but when all you can store is an alias and a name, it ain't even a great contact manager. So to get this to be a wallet that's usable, we need the send and request. And so that's why I kind of want to focus on that next, even though I also just want the freaking contacts to be done, you know, done in air quotes. It is a lot more solid, at least. Before I continue on, though, let me see. I'm gonna wipe this out again and refresh. So new contact, I'm gonna paste. Actually, I'm gonna do something else. I'm gonna wipe this out and start fresh. Okay, so we've got a clean IndexedDB. And what I want to do is let's see. I'm gonna open a different browser window. I'm gonna open this up. So this is a separate session, and I'm gonna have it on screen here for now, but I'll probably shift it off screen once I've got them both set up. So I'm gonna add an existing wallet. I'm gonna use the one I've been using for this. So we're gonna say that this one is gonna be JoJo, and I'm gonna add and enter a encryption password, encrypt. Okay, so that's set up, and now I'm gonna add another one over here, and this is a different session. I guess before I do that, I can prove it. So refreshing doesn't do anything because it's a different browser. I mean, they're both Brave, but one's Brave Nightly and one's Brave. Standard? I don't know. The default Brave that you get if you just install it. So let's call this one Mojo. So we add and we enter an encryption phrase and we save it. All right, so now we've got Mojo here and Jojo over here. I'm gonna add their names just for the sake of it. Mojo, Jojo, and save. And then I'm gonna add this one and say Jojo Bite and say, ooh, what? What in the heck? How did one of them work and the other broke? That's breaking my mind. Oh my gosh, how did this happen? Is this real life? I don't know how this just happened, but it happened. Okay, so the reason this failed is I don't think this is profile name. No, it is. That's profile name. What? What the heck? User info is there. State user info there. Do I do that? That's gonna be annoying if that's the problem. But I guess it's been a problem before. All right, let's... I've got to wipe this out and start from scratch on both of them now. I want to make sure. My theory that I'm leaning on right now is I refreshed this browser here before trying to set before trying to set all the set the profile. I think I refreshed this browser, so I'm gonna wipe out both of them. We go to storage and clear site data. All right, so that one's wiped out, and this one, I think. All right, now this one's wiped out, so they're both wiped out. All right. Now I'm gonna do this again. Right, I'm actually gonna start with this one. So after that, this one is Mojo. Add wallet. Encryption passphrase. All right, that worked. I'm gonna drag this over here for a second. So I haven't refreshed this one yet. Let's try this out. So Mojo, Jojo. Okay, it broke that time. Cannot set properties of undefined setting name. And this is implemented in main. So user info. Let's see, find edit. User info is right there. Okay, so user info, get user info, that's how we're setting it. So contacts list should have user info, add a contact should have it. Get user info there. Get user info right here, but that only triggers if there's an alias. So on initial load, it wouldn't have triggered. So those would have been empty. That would have been empty. But I cleared it out. Okay, so then down here, this is the encryption. So after the encrypt, it should have run that. And that app state for alias should have been set. So user info should have existed right there. Okay, so that loads for the contact list. That also does the contact list. And then edit. And that's below them. So you click that. By this point, user info should be set. That shouldn't be empty. Cannot set properties of undefined setting name. I suppose I could do this down here if it's going to be annoying like that. So we could try that. So we haven't done this one yet, so I'm going to leave it. Let's clear this out again. All right, clear site data, refresh. All right, add existing. Paste that recovery phrase. This is going to be Mojo. We're going to add wallet, enter an encryption password, encrypt. Okay, no error yet. Mojo. And Mojo Jojo. Okay, it didn't error that time. So I guess that's what I needed, was to run the get user info in here and edit profile. I guess that's fine, whatever. Let's click it again. Uh-oh. What happened? That shouldn't have happened. Element selector alias, click. Okay, so let's see if I'm actually going to comment all this out right now. Console.log. Actually, I'm going to add these back in because I don't want crap happening as I'm testing this. Okay, so refresh. That's the wrong one. Whoops, let's go back here. Refresh. Okay, put that. So click pointer, it got body and a alias. And is there an ID on it? I think there was, but I'm not positive. So my theory right now, the reason it didn't work is I think I re-rendered the body nav inside of edit profile. Yeah, so I think when the body nav re-rendered, that event listener disappeared. So it might be good to either expand this component so that it has event listeners like the other and handles the click in here. And then whenever it gets re-rendered, we remove and add the event listeners like the other ones do. Or I could do this where we do document, add event listener, and we can do event dot target dot ID is equal to that. Yeah, it does. Shut up. Stop being annoying. Yeah, see, you're stupid. Don't tell me that it doesn't exist. Just shut your face. So with it set up like this, we could do this again and instead say ID. I might keep that parent element, but so with ID, and if we do this, we say ID is equal to nav alias, then all that other stuff can happen. And we can remove that. So then normal click should be fine. It shouldn't prevent anything else, but let's see, nav, alias, click. All right, so let's test this out. We're gonna go back here and we click that. Save. And we click it again and it's still there. Sweet. Okay. I will count this as fixed. Although, wait, let's try one more time. Because it had shifted. It had the me in there. Okay. I think it was from when it didn't actually bind correctly and got reset. It had switched the URL to /me. So this is what it should be. All right. Nav alias share, blah, blah, blah. All right, let me restart again just to make sure we're going from, actually, let me refresh that too while I'm thinking about it so that it has the latest info too. All right. So clear site data, refresh, there we go. All right, add an existing wallet. We're gonna copy. Okay, that's weird and random, but all right. All right, so paste that. This is Mojo. Add wallet. Enter the recovery or the encryption phrase, encrypt. Okay. And if we edit this and say Mojo, Jojo, no errors yet. So I'm going to clear that first and then we're going to save. Okay. And I'm going to click new contact. All right. This one's ready. I'm going to move that off to the side. Move this off to the side. Now I'm going to refresh this just for good measure. And we're going to come here and say add existing. Let's see. All right, so we're going to paste that. We're going to say Jojo for this one. Add a wallet. test, save, encrypt. All right. So that looks like it worked. And we're going to modify this and say Jojo Byte. And save profile. All right. And verify we can click it again. Yep. And it didn't navigate away. That's good. All right. So new contact. Now it's the time. It is the time, people. All right. We're going to say copy. No, that's not what I meant to do. Haha, just kidding. Copy URI. I'm going to paste that one over here. Boom. We're going to copy URI and we're going to paste that one over there. Boom. We're going to add contact and add contact. And now we have two different wallets connected together. So far, I haven't actually gotten to this point. So we now have two wallets that are connected theoretically. And if we dive in here, let's go to contacts and IndexedDB. So right here, refresh that for good measure. Resize this. So let's take a gander at this. So we've got the alias Mojo. Oh, we didn't try changing the aliases, dang it. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's right now, but you know, whatever. Okay, so this is something I already dislike. So I've added Mojo, so that's this wallet over here. And it's got wallets like this, but then request is not set up like that. So I probably need to modify that because it is very similar information. It should be set up in a very similar fashion, but I forgot. I think I also need to find a better naming convention for this. So either I keep request, well, let's see. So we've got send and request here. Is that right? Was that receive or request? It is request. So we could modify this to, instead of wallets, be send, and these ones are request. But just change request so that it is that it contains a nested set of objects, so that it would be by that this is the wallet ID. Wait a second. I don't know if I did that. I don't think that was intentional. I think I want that in here too. Just like I've got, well, I guess I don't have. So this F2 SB2 correlates to this ID right there. So that's the wallet ID of this wallet. Whereas this X key ID, this one, I believe this is an X key ID. So I think I would like X key ID to be in here, and then I can tell what links up. All right, so let's change this now. While I'm thinking of it, move that out of the way. All right. So that's going to be inside of add contact, I think. Actually, let me do. I'm going to remove this since I found a better solution, or a solution for now. Okay. And if I compare that, it's a lot less changes. User info, all right. And then nav just has that added. And here we use the state. It might actually work fine with user info, but I'm going to change all of it. And actually, I'm going to be bad. All right, commit, staged, amend. Yeah. Then I'm going to be bad. Push. Oh, is there not a force push option here? I guess I can't be that bad. Gonna be bad another way. Let's see. Get push. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Boom. All right. Instead of making a new commit message, since those are tiny little bugs that should have been part of the other commit, that's what I did. I overwrote it. All right, so we want add contact. And wallet, let's see. Essentially this. So instead of wallets, I want send. Do I want send and request? I don't think I like that. Maybe outgoing. Might like that better. So it's only added there. So we're going to do outgoing like that, which I'm not using any of this yet, but I also want to copy that and let's see, contact. So request. Okay, so I'm not touching request here. I believe it's no. What's happening? There it is. So instead of, I'm going to do request and no, not request, incoming. Okay. And then copy all this to there. And what was I saying? I want, so if this is incoming, that is the wallet ID. So I think I want their account ID. That. And you know what? That's not going to be there yet, so I can comment that out. Since this is a brand new item. I'm going to leave it commented out for now. So, share account ID. Or maybe I want to use that. Which should be the same thing as the share account ID, I think. But it might be more clear what it is to me later if I do that. All right, so we've got new contacts incoming app. All right. The other thing I wanted is I want an X key ID, and in here, outgoing that's what I want. Is that right? State wallet X key ID. Is that what I want? Share account X key ID. Yeah, because share account gets set as the wallet. So that is right. Okay. I think this should get it to where I want. But because I just changed enough about these, it's going to break stuff. So I'm going to actually wipe the contacts out. And we're going to repair both of these. If I could find the other one. Let's see. Contacts and wipe out. Okay. So refresh and refresh. So both of these are wiped out. I'm gonna new contact and copy this one and paste here. Copy this one and paste here. All right, so add contact and add contact. All right, so now if we go in here and check our contacts out, we've got outgoing and incoming. And they both have an ID there, which means we can now support multiple, which there's nothing to do this yet, but at some point, which is one of the things I've talked to and or talked about in pretty much every episode of this stream that I've done, is, or at least recently, maybe not every episode, but in the last probably 10, I've talked about this. We're setting this up so that if you, and I talked about this earlier in the stream, but it's a long stream, so let me recap. If you generate a wallet, like I just did, on a computer, and then you are out with friends and you realize you didn't import your recovery phrase or back it up in a way that you can import it, you might generate a new wallet on your phone. So now you have two separate wallets, one on your computer, one on your phone. And at some point, you might want to combine them. And part of this was instigated because Cool AJ86, who built a lot of the utilities I'm using to make this wallet, we had sent funds to each other, and for some reason the wallet on my computer, I forget exactly what happened, but I no longer had the wallet I did when we first sent funds, and he tried to send funds again to me, and my pairing information was different. And so it forced him to address that on the command line side. And so I'm trying to account for it now from the get-go on the user interface side, the graphical user interface side. So what we've got here is now, if you've generated a wallet and you back it up, so there's no backup option yet, but there will be, or an export option, you could then import that export into your phone, or vice versa, export your phone data and import it into your computer, and they will synchronize under one alias. So here in wallets, you would have two different wallets. You would have, but they might both say the same alias. So then under aliases, you would just have this one alias, but if you looked under here, you'd have the two different wallet IDs, and we'd kind of combine them for you. And then at the same time, if you go into contacts here, if you have two contacts and they both have alias Mojo, for example, we would try to combine that into one contact, so that that contact then has the incoming and outgoing for both of the wallets, and then you're able to send to either one. We don't have a UI to surface any of this yet, but right now I'm just trying to account for it so that we can build the UI in the future and we're not going to lose data. So that's, long story short, that's why all of this was done. So now X key ID maps to that, ID maps to that. However, this ID also maps to the wallet. Could that be a problem? I like it ideally right now. I think it should be fine for right now, but I might need to think that through just to be sure. So I'm gonna leave it for now because I really want to freaking move on. What's going through my head right now is, could there be a scenario where you generate two different, there could be. You could have a scenario, sorry, I'm just thinking this through. I'm rambling. I've been streaming for how long? 7.5 hours. Indulge my ramblings. Okay. Let's say you forgot you had the contact, you didn't go through your list for whatever reason, or you are talking to someone online and maybe they have two different email addresses, or one, via phone number, and you didn't realize the email you've been communicating is also the phone number. So my point is, you might generate two contacts here, and at some point you might want to combine them if possible. Again, we don't have a UI for this yet, but if we use the wallet, which is this wallet ID and only that wallet ID for contacts, then you would override the contact information and you would lose data. So it may be better than, instead of using solely the wallet ID, either we use the X key ID or we use the wallet ID with the X key ID. What I'm not sure about is I don't think these IDs for the wallet ID would ever have a slash in them. And I'm wondering if it's okay to do a slash in them. If this was JSON, it probably would be. But because this is storing the actual JavaScript object, I'm a little worried if I did a slash, that might cause a problem. But I suppose I could just test it. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is for incoming, which I believe is set here. So instead of selected wallet, I'm going to do selected wallet slash X key ID. Okay, and I'm going to wipe out the contacts here, and I'm going to wipe out the contacts in the other one. And let's see. So let's try this again. Refresh and refresh. New contact, copy, paste, copy, paste, add, and add. All right, refresh. Incoming. Looks like it worked. And let me check here. All right, it didn't fail with those two. So it did let me combine the two. All right, I think I'm okay with that. Unless for some reason I find out I shouldn't use a slash in there and it could cause problems. I may replace that with something else, but for now I'm going to use a slash. And then in that same vein, if for some reason you've got multiple essentially XPubs generated, or X keys maybe I should say. So if you have multiple X keys generated for the same contact, you'll be able to combine them later, and you can tell which wallet and which X key they're for. And so that should be unique. Like you'll maybe I shouldn't say never, but I don't foresee you ever accidentally overwriting this. Like that shouldn't happen. It won't change your XPriv or XPub or your X key or XID. Maybe you end up overwriting the address or the address key ID, but in reality, this should be fine. I don't think this is going to be a problem. This should work long term, and I don't think we'll have to worry about it for the outgoing, because the outgoing X key ID is only generated by the XPub or the XPriv if we had an XPriv. I suppose I could have shared the XPriv and then that information would probably show up, but I didn't. Okay. Sweet. Sweet Marie, I'm talking so much. I need a drink. All right, that's a little better. Got a drink. Let us see. All right, I'm gonna drag this off screen again. I think that one too. I think that's the right one. Suppose I could, yep, okay. So we've got an external wallet we can send to. We do not have an ability right now to generate a one-off address. Which you may be thinking, well, gee, why does that matter? And I'll tell you, because I don't know how to get money into this wallet to test this right now. I've got to literally build that. See, this is under contacts, right? Yeah, that's the contact information. So if I sent to that, oh, I guess. Let's see. Oh, that's the other thing I'm forgetting. I'm going to need to generate stuff like this for each of these contacts. And now I can also say, never mind, I do know how to get funds into this. I can use one of these. So that is account index 0, address index 0. So I could send funds to this address. And that will let me that will let me get some funds so that I could test sending things. Okay, so given that, the next step would be to get this functioning. Which right now we have no way to select the inputs or the coins, essentially. Which, if that doesn't make sense to you, apologies. So in the Dash Core wallet, which is the one that is maintained by the Dash Core group, they have the ability to select inputs when you're trying to send coins. And the inputs are different denominated coins. And so you have things like an address that is associated with a certain denomination of coin. And I think, to tie this back into something I started with at the very beginning of the stream many hours ago, where is that? Here. So I think the inputs that they let you select are different use tags. I'm not actually positive about this. This is new information for me that I might need to test out and figure out. Because I'm looking through another wallet I have, and it has, let's see, it has a bunch of coins, and they're like, let's see, where is it? Okay, so it has coins like this. I think like 7 or 8 of them, like that. And several of them are say they were received with the same address. So they're all under the same address. So what I don't know is if yeah, I'm gonna have to dive into this. Maybe I'm not gonna get the send and request stuff done in this stream, because I'm gonna have to tinker with this to understand it better. So what I'm kind of thinking though is let's see if I can work it out here. This M5 whatever, find that. Oh, maybe CoolAJ86 describes what I'm trying to think through here. Before accepting a seed as valid, derive these HD. When creating a new account index, always derive both use indexes. Ooh, I'm not doing that. Okay, I need to do that. So, this is what I'm trying to think through is the first one. So 0 indicates that it is a receive address. 1 indicates that it's a change address. If either the account or use index derivation fails, mark the whole account index as invalid. If a key derivation ever fails, simply mark that key as invalid. Most likely, you will never personally encounter this failure. Okay, I might need to account for that. With a default HD path or prefix of that. All right, this is what I'm talking about here. So let me copy this and work through this. All right, so it's called that. Might do that for now. I want some highlighting. Let's say JavaScript. Okay, that makes it a little easier to see, hopefully. All right, so you've got an HD path. It will have an account index, a use index, and an address index like this. So I can also do let address, and I guess that's use. Let's do an account index equals 0, use equals 0. Whoops, don't want to do that. Okay, so that's what it represents. We've got the account index. Maybe in this scenario that I'm trying to work through, it doesn't make sense to use 0. So this will be 1. This will be our first contact. We've got account index 1, use 0, address index 0. So let's say we receive funds, and with that, I'm just going to grab one of these addresses here, assuming I can copy it. Let's see, header options. copy that? Yeah, okay. So let's pretend, for sake of argument, that's the address that we get from this HD path, the public address. If someone sends funds to that address, I think what will happen, and this is what I'm trying to think through, which is why I'm saying it, is funds will be identified under this address, but they will actually be under this. So it'll be use change. And I'll probably run this by CoolAJ86 to see if he can clarify it for me. Or I might just test it and see. That said, so what I think would happen is you would have something like this. So use 1 and then address 0. Let's actually do it like this. Is equal to that. And then HD path. I just want this for the highlighting. That's why I'm doing it this way. But it makes it a little easier to work through. So we're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6 of them. Okay. So dang it, I thought I had the special little dash symbol here somewhere. Where is that? Oh, I found it. Let's use this. Okay, so we'll say this is dash like that. Okay, so I think this is what's happening. I'm not positive. Again, these might count as, this is where I don't know enough about it. I'm building on top of other libraries that abstract some of this away, so I need to get a better understanding. Each of these might be technically UTXOs. And so they might all be under one single address, either like that or maybe I should do an example of this like so. 1, 0, and 0. Okay. All right, I think this is what it lines up to. So it might be each of these are different address indexes on the change address, or it might be, and this is what I'm talking about being abstracted away, is these might be all transaction. I think they're called UTXOs, and they're all attached to one address. I'm not actually sure how you get change addresses other than, let's say you have one of these, and instead of having a very small amount like this, let's say you've got 25 dash. So if you try to send using this, I think you would get change from it. So some functionality of dash would basically split this apart, because maybe this isn't even the correct example. Like let's say 25 point, like, so you've got a coin like this, and you want to send someone 10 dash. So you might end up with, let's see, minus 10 dash, and then you end up with change like, instead of just getting a like 15 because it's minus 10, it might split it up more. So you end up getting like, I don't know, let's see, so you might end up getting changed like this, if I understand it. I'm gonna have to look into all this stuff. This is the gist of it. I don't know enough about how this is supposed to work and how I need to specify the addresses for sending. But I think I'll need to know enough about what is in there so that when yeah, I'm not gonna, I don't think I'm gonna get to this in this stream. It kind of bums me out, but I'm gonna have to know about what the addresses are, what's happening with them, so that when you select a contact, hey Tommy Luco, how are you doing? What are you up to today? Doing okay. Kind of annoyed. I wanted this working. I wanted to be able to send funds, but I'm now realizing I've got some stuff to figure out with actually sending the funds for Dash. So I've got a lot of these contact pairing issues figured out, but I'm not quite to the point where we can send funds yet, and I want to be there. You're debating if you should migrate a somewhat useless GNOME extension to GNOME 45, the Feldon Global Menu extension. I have never made a GNOME extension. I've only tinkered a little bit here and there. I know it's like, it's almost like what HTML and CSS and JavaScript, but then something's not quite right about it, if I recall correctly, or maybe it uses Lua. I forget. It's been a long time since I've looked into it, though. So is it just doesn't work in a newer version? GNOME changed the way they handle extensions to help not breaking them so much in the future, but that caused basically every extension to break this with the switch to 45. So in order to not break things, we've got to break everything. I know what that's like. It's kind of hard not to do as a developer sometimes. You do your best, but can't win them all. This is true. Sometimes you gotta break things to make it better. And sometimes you just need to break things. Let's be honest. Feel like if you fork the extension, you'll be annoyed that most apps don't support global menu on Linux anymore. You know, the menu, the Mac OS menu bar way. Is that going away in GNOME? I'm actually on Pop OS, so I know it still has the stuff at the top, but I guess that's kind of Mac OS style. So that's going away. I know Pop OS hasn't been updated recently because they're working on their own something or other, shell? Window manager? I forget. What is it? So, okay, so instead of having the menu items like this, you're saying the windows will be transitioning to this, or they'll be transitioning away from the Mac version and to this version. Am I understanding that right? So they'll be transitioning to this style and you don't like this style? I mean, I come from Windows originally, so I was always used to the menus being with the window. So to me, I'm used to that, and that's how it seems to work for the most part on all the Pop OS apps or the Linux apps I'm using. Yeah, I can see that. So GNOME itself is moving away from that, and so they're forcing all the menus into the windows. Oh, kill me. Are you, so they're all going to be menus like these? That's going to annoy the crap out of me. I really hope OS doesn't do that. That will irritate the heck out of me. Here's to hoping Pop! OS eventually comes out with its new version and they don't do that. I swear there's like a blog or something that I've seen that shows some previews and stuff. I don't know if that shows much, but come on, you can't click the screenshots? What the heck? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That looks like a hamburger menu to me. That's disappointing. Oh, man. See, I'm used to this. That's what it looks like right now for the workspaces and application stuff, and then all the icons in the top right. But that hamburger menu, I am not used to, and I am not a fan. I think that will annoy the crap out of me. That makes me sad. So yes, I can appreciate where you're coming from more. Although I would still be on the side of having the menu inside of the app. Oh, that's annoying. Well, that's sad. Don't worry. In another 10 years, someone will fork it and add menus back. And we'll just have another distribution. It'll be like, what, Linux Mint or something. Or no. You're good. All right, let's see. To wrap. No, I'm not doing that anymore. Let's close that out. Okay. So, I'm wondering. I think there is a data component that I've used before. What is it? I can't think of the name. Is it connected to this? No, that's not right. Ooh, that's fun. Wonder if that's coming through on the stream. This freaking scroll bar was freaking out. Data list, that's what I'm thinking of. All right. Let's see if we can get a data list functioning for this. So I'm going to copy this. And we're going to go back here. So we want, I'm going to move this to the side there, and, or maybe more to the side. Let's keep moving it. Let's get it out of my visual space. Okay. We need the send component. I guess there's not a component. It must be hand jam dialog. Let's see. So we've got the dialog. Going to be one of these. That didn't work. Wallet gen, on board, sender request. That's what we're looking for. So we want a list. And for the list, let's call it contact aliases. All right. And if we're doing that, okay, so we want, let's see. Contact. Hmm. All right. Let's see if this works. Actually, first I want to go back here. See. Browsers. I don't know if you can really style the data list, which I think might be the primary issue with using it. So let's do that. Oh, wait. Actually, I'm kind of surprised I didn't see an error. Let's refresh again. All right, no error. Let's inspect here. Okay, yeah, that's more or less what I was expecting. So, state contacts. I really need is this. Send or request. Render. Let's see if this will work. All right, refresh. Sweet. Sweet. Welcome back, Tommy. Okay, so we got the data list in here, but needs more. Let me see here. Send or request. I have felt that way too. The need to make my own desktop environment. If only I had the time and the resources. So we're getting the contacts. What else is available in the contact information? State contacts. So we've got incoming, outgoing, info, URI. Hey, that URI ain't right. I'll need to fix that. Let's see. See if I can get outgoing. I just want to see what that does. So, oh, interesting. Okay, so I could, instead of that, I'm gonna reverse this back to the alias. And then here I'm gonna do, what was it? Info and name. Info, name. That's pretty close. What about if I add that? That's decent. So that gives us that. I don't love, let's see if we can find some information for styling. So, HTML, no, let's say CSS 3, data list. There's very little flexibility. You cannot style any of the suggested terms. Okay, so this is the real downside to using data list. So I probably will need to build a real component. What is this saying? Okay, that definitely looks more styled, but yeah, how did they do it? So put on focus, options, on input. So field set, legend, data list. I just want to see what happens if I grab that portion. And I'm just going to drop it here at the bottom. I could find the bottom. There we go. Okay, save that, fix that. Some weird typos. Okay, let's see what happens with just that. I expect it to look terrible. Or like nothing. I expect it to look like nothing. It did absolutely nothing. Let's see. That's interesting. So they somehow overwrote it here. Field set, legend, blah, blah, blah. So is it somehow... Let's see. Add active. I don't understand how it's getting the styling. Roll list box? Is that how maybe? I don't know. Let's try it. Let's see. Nope. Okay, so if I want to actually match the Figma design, I'm going to have to build it. Because that's what we've got here. And yeah. I'm probably going to have to build that. That's the truth of it. But I suppose as a stopgap, this is acceptable to me. So maybe I will leave that, but I'm not going to leave this and find out it messes up styling for some other browser other than the one I'm using. So I'm going to remove that. And we're going to use the data list for now. And assuming that works, let's see. I want to make sure that I can type an address. So let's see. So it lets me input an address, but it also gives the type hinting for the aliases. So that's acceptable to me. Ideally, though, let's see. See, I like that it shows both of these, but I kind of wish when you selected it, it still showed both, or it displayed this and I could have the actual value be the address to send to. So essentially increase the address index here, so increase one of these, which we keep track of for each account. So instead, when you select, it would automatically grab the current address index and just bump it one, and then use that. I mean, basically that's what I'm going to have to do behind the scenes. So you select your alias, it shows the alias. When you click send or request, I'm probably going to focus on the send here initially. But when you click send, it will just dig in here. Let's see. So is this the right one? Submit, scan, no. Yeah, no. Yeah. So when you click the submit, it would grab the current to value. So let's just try and work through this right now. So FDE2 should exist, because if it didn't, it should freak out right there. So let's say actually, that's going to freak out because it's not a string. So if we do string starts with at, so if string starts with at, we're going to treat it as an alias. And we'll want to find the contact with that alias. So we should have state.contacts.find all right, so let's just do C here. So C dot, what do we want? So C dot info. No, let's just do alias. So C dot alias is equal to that, and I think we can eliminate these. Whoops, missed one. Okay, so that should find the contact. And let's just do a console.log of found contact, or let's, instead of say, let's send actually, we could also do this. So oh yay, spam from Rumble. Have you noticed I'm in the middle of something? Bodybuilding 684? Not that I don't think your link is legit, but title seems sus. Why is it complaining like this? What's going on here? We will do contact. Right, let's see. Actually, let's add this. I want it to not submit when I test this. So send and request that send. Send to contact. Undefined. Without request. Contact. Undefined. So it did not find. Is this available? Like I'm thinking it should be. Yeah. It did. That's there. Oh, derp. Okay, let's see if that works. Send, Mojo, send. Hey, look at that. All right, now I don't need to include this. So we can find our contact based on the alias that is selected. What I would like, and I mean, again, this is okay for now. It's fine for a, let's not waste time on just a freaking drop down menu right this second when this technically works. But I would like type ahead functionality. So with one contact, it's fine if it's just showing Mojo, but if I've got, like the example in Figma shows, Johnny Doe, or I've got Marco Smith or whatever, I want to start, you know, I should see Marco Smith and Johnny, or Marco Smith and Mojo type of thing. Or if I do J, that should only be showing me Johnny Doe. Maybe it only responds after a couple of characters. Oh, I guess it does do some. That's weird. Okay, so it responds after a few characters. Maybe that's okay. I don't know. We'll see. I thought it had some some rudimentary type ahead type stuff, so I guess it does have something. Let's see. I was trying to see if there's a way to tell it how many characters before it starts trying to filter on. So ideally, I might need to talk to Cool AJ86 about this and see how he had this envisioned in his head. I could make an executive decision and just do something, but what I'm wondering about now is if you click request here, it should go, actually, let's just display this real quick. So it should go to outgoing. So we want contact dot outgoing dot, oh, dang it. This is where we needed something like I figured out earlier and already deleted. Okay, so dot entries. Okay, so entries, outgoing. The first one. Or maybe, right now I don't think we care about the keys as much. So let's say values. And then outgoing, so object outgoing dot that dot address index. But I don't think I want that. What I actually want to do is take this. We will say let out wallet is equal to object values that, and then we can take out wallet here, say address index. Ooh, that's interesting. Out wallet address index. Let's do new lines here so we can read easier. All right. So address index, and we also want .xpub. So if we have these, and let's see, xpub. Okay, so something like that. Key data. We want the send or request thingamajigger. There we go. So in here somewhere. So derive wallet data from the xpub, like so. And then we can do this, like so. I guess we can do an object. That's fine with me. Okay, so... So we should already have address from out wallet. Yeah. So that should be the first, or the 0 index one. So what we want to do here is I wonder if this will work. I think I have to specify one, and then this is going to be out wallet address index +1. Right? So derive wallet, the phrase, the account index, the address index. I think that should be correct. And so these values we get should be a different address from this one. I might go ahead and wrap this though. So we're going to do this as adder here. Ooh, how did I miss that? Okay, adder, and then we also need this. Okay, let's see if we get the right information here. All right, and select that and send. So we get the same X key ID, which should be right, I think. We get different address key IDs. First one is 0 index, and the other one is first. And sure enough, we get different addresses. So essentially, when you click send or request, oh, okay. So if you click request, though, this is how it would change. So we want something kind of like this. Paste that here. We can remove that. So this would be send. The other one would be request, right? Let's see, request. Okay. So it's going to be similar to this one, but instead of using the out wallet, we want the in wallet. So let's say in incoming. So send is outgoing, request is incoming. So in wallet. Okay. And let's take a gander. Incoming. I think that has all the fields we need. Okay, so let's test that out too. Refresh, clear that, send, select our name, send, and request. All right. So we've got send, it does the outgoing address, 2 different addresses, just like before. It does have the same key ID that's expected. This one. Uh-oh. Look at that. That didn't go right. Why didn't that go right? So we should have had okay, that's funny. We included the account index, but not the address index. Which in reality, we need that address index. So it's a good thing we're testing this. Where, oh where? It's where we're setting up incoming. That's what I need to find. So if I search for incoming, it's here. We need address index. So share account. Let's see if that has it. The easiest way to do this is I'm actually going to wipe out the contacts and just pair again. So let's kill that, and I'm going to kill it in the other one. Okay, and there's our pair here. So refresh and refresh. All right, so let's new contact, copy that one, paste it here, copy this one, paste it here, add and add. So we've got them paired now. And come into contacts here and refresh. And if we look, our incoming should now have the address index. Sure enough, it does. So now if we come into here, select that, and we click send and request. Aha. Perfect. So now we've got different X key IDs and for both of them. We've got different address key indexes or IDs, different indexes as well, and different addresses. Cool. That's what we needed. So, oh boy. We're close. I'm not going to get much more done in this stream, I don't think. This is probably one of my longest streams in a long time. I'm coming up on 9 hours here. I think I need to wrap up. But this is a good starting point for me to actually get this functioning with sending stuff. So let's find the incoming again. So down here. Essentially, I just need to hook in functionality so that depending on which one you click, it either triggers trying to send or request funds. The request will most likely, oh, that's funny. Wonder what's happening there. Huh. Oh, I have an idea. Let me fix this while I'm thinking about it. It's going to be inside of the send and request one. So I think it's because of this. Let's see if that fixes it. Yep, that was it. Okay. That was just weird. I'm wondering if that will work if it's undefined. Got distracted. I'm getting tired. I need a break from this. It was relevant, but what was I showing? Quick, remind me. It was related to send request. I'm also not liking that these buttons are uneven. It's actually really irritating me. Because I went to all the trouble of making sure these ones were even, like the design, and then for some reason these ones aren't. And I'm not sure exactly what I did that caused that, but I probably need to fix that. Oh, that fixes it. I might regret doing this, but let's see. Let's see if this is how I fixed it here. So Flex 50. That is how I fixed it. Okay, so now, oh my gosh. Now that's way worse. Okay, so dialogue responsive button. That's not what I wanted. I probably want to keep the other one. But let's see. I want a footer button. So there's a footer button right there. Footer button reset last child. Let's see if that does it. Oh wait, no, that's not going to do it. No, I added another. Wait, it did? Oh, they're both submit buttons. Okay. I was thinking one was not a submit, but yeah, that's fine. Okay. Okay, well, those are fixed now. It annoys me less. I'm hoping that I didn't break any other buttons. So far, it looks okay. Guess we'll find out eventually. All right, let's get these changes committed to, and I think once these are committed, I'm gonna wrap up here. So say feature UI. Contact alias data list. Add contact alias data list or send/request. All right, that should be deploying. We refresh here. Did that not work? Oh, derp. There we go. That's what I was expecting. All right, so that's deploying. And I'm gonna go here. Looks like the music ended. So yeah. Thank you everyone for tuning in and chatting and keeping me company. Much appreciated. Please consider liking, subscribing, following, sharing, commenting, all that. It's much appreciated and helps me out. And I will be back to working on this soon, within 24 hours. Likely less, but we'll be hopefully getting send and receive working. or send in request working. And yeah. So thanks again, and I'll catch you